Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, X, Instagram, all the rest. All right, let's get into it. So we had a bad PPI report, or was it PPI? Yeah, something like that. We had a bad economic report. The market's reacting accordingly. So we had this significant drawdown when the report came out. Let's see what they want to do. All right, listen, we gotta watch out for the scammers, okay? Because they're back. They are back. They think that the community's so big that it would just go unnoticed. There's like 12 of us, so of course you're gonna tell me. And you guys know how I speak. I text just like how I speak, for the most part. So if it sounds like a bot, it's a bot. It's not me. Unless I sound like a bot. Dun dun dun. Okay, this magenta is pre-market. It's a pre-market, so we're not sure if we're gonna use it yet. Let's let this see what they want to do in opening drive. All right, we got the 5 at 87 and the 20 right next to it. So if there is going to be more downside, ideally we'd like to see them grab some more overhead liquidity from somewhere, maybe from the lick box, maybe from key level, maybe even from the 5. We want to see them grab some overhead liquidity. That'd be ideal before the push down, because look, we had a big move. It went from 88, 96 all the way to 82, right? So it's a 4, almost 5 point move in the overnight, or excuse me, in pre-market. It's a big move in pre-market, so now we need to see what they want to do here. Yeah, I'm gonna take away the free trial because it's doing more harm than good. So give me this weekend and I'll work on that. So look, we can't have nice things because people like to, and then the scammers, how are they trying to scam while I'm on the stream? They're trying to scam while I'm on stream. Oh my goodness. That's cool. Someone's gotta toss the fries in the vat, so, because they're not even good at scamming. Why don't you just join the Discord instead of trying to scam? Waste of time, waste of money. Obviously, you got nothing better to do with your time. All right, let's check higher time frame. Below the water. Below the water. I'm gonna get rid of this one. We'll do it organically today. We'll look for a for puts. We're gonna look for a for this. So we gotta wait for all that to happen. Okay, before we start, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear on the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to the website down below, lispytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I'm not feeling too good today, so I might be a little quiet. Good morning, Jason S17. Good morning, Mr. Ramos. Good morning, good morning. I'm not feeling too well, so I might be a little quiet today. Not as much energy. So what we want to try to figure out is, was this enough drawdown? Did the drawdown already happen for today? Is the market thinking like, well, Nvidia did well, maybe we should rotate back into the stock market? Rotate back into the stock market instead of the bond market because Nvidia did well. Maybe. We're gonna see. Let's just let this early noise play out. We're gonna see if blue, if we break blue, if we can get to 8201. Give us a chance to test blue. Morning, Glory. Good morning, Glory. I think we got Munyon on the menu. The Munyon on the menu today. Oh wait, Morning Glory. Morning Glory. Isn't that's a, I think that's a narcotic of some sort, or something illegal. right? Look at all this, right? Three and a half minutes on the candle. All right, protect this trade, okay? Plenty of time to protect this trade. Plenty of time. Break a blue, easy money. This one for the Discord, it's break of what do you call it? Break a magenta. We can go ahead and call this one. Remember, we're gonna see if blue can get us to 8201, level by level, right? Now let's see how we react to 8201. This is one full point. This is one full point. A little more, but if you're waiting for the retest, wait for the retest. Nothing wrong with that. See the engulfing candles I was talking about? This is it right here. So we broke the blue, retesting the blue. Let's see what they want to do on blue. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm not feeling well. If we get back into this lick box, we're gonna start looking the other way. We gotta get back up in here. Until then, back at market open, sideways. I'm going to read to everybody what I wrote for the analysis this morning. The report came in hot. If you missed the opening drive, do not FOMO. Expect volatility in the AM in the morning. If you play stops too tight, they might get slapped. This is a great day for paper trading. Gain some experience in this type of environment. Let's see if we stay inside this teal or if we break the teal. If we break the teal, it's got to be something like this. Yeah, probably still staying inside the blue. Okay, so let's take a couple of factors into consideration. Today's Friday. A large move has already happened. So if they want to go sideways all day, because the large move has already happened, that wouldn't be out of the realm of possible. So let's wait for proper setups. We need to wait for deep structure today. We definitely can't let the one candle or the two candles, look at this one candle right here. We can't let these candles get us. We're just gonna follow the old strategy. We just gotta be careful because the volatility. That's all we gotta be careful for. So I was trying to warn you when you're placing stops, if you place them too tight, you're gonna get slapped. The morning volatility is gonna settle out, and then is gonna do the annoying grind. That's what's gonna happen. Excuse me, we do see a lot of wicks. We do see a lot of wicks. Let's see if that's gonna tell us anything. So if we're in here, you know, maybe we have our little wedge forming. Maybe we have this. We're still at market open. We are still at market open. Now let's allow all this to happen so we don't get caught with a stop hunt, right? Because inside here, it's chop. We see that. We don't even need to think too hard. Right there in front of your face. Inside here is chop. There's indecision inside here. So normally whenever you see a lot of wicks to the top side, that means they're pushing the price back down. So if you see wicks on the top, that means they're pushing price back down. And then you see where the price closed with the candle body. So during this full minute, that's any one of these candles. During this, let's use this one. In this minute, it went from, it opened here, went all the way up here, and then they closed it on the top of the candle body. So it's showing you downward pressure. It's showing you downward pressure. But because we're in this range, a range means, or chop, or a range, whatever, it means that everyone's okay with the price in here. Everyone's okay with buying and selling right in here. If you took the teal from the wedge, then you gotta protect this trade. What is this? That's a full point. It's over a point. So on the break of blue, over a point. The break of teal, over a point. So remember this morning we were saying we need to figure out if this drawdown was enough, and then they want to settle out for the rest of the day. Because there's competing ideas, right? Nvidia had good earnings, but the jobs or the inflation's bad. So maybe people are going to rotate back into tech because it seems like maybe a little safer instead of the bond market. That's what we got to figure out. For puts, we want to see the build in green and then break the blue. For calls, we want to build in purple and break teal. That's going to be the setups for the day. For calls, build in purple, break the teal. For puts, build in green, break the blue. Okay, 85.55 is major key level. All right, let's see if they want to retest this liquidity right here. So we broke out of the lick box. Let's see if they retest it. All right, Discord. The answers to the test are on your 5-minute chart. It's on the 5-minute chart. Those are the answers. One of those things has to happen. One of these things has to happen, okay? So you got the answers to the test. If you're not in the Discord, if you don't have access to the 5-minute chart, there's nothing I can do for you. Good luck today. Good luck today. So if you're looking for your short entry, all this has to happen. All right, see it? All of it has to happen. Because you see we're at the 50-50 right here. We're currently at the 50-50. So this 50-50 will have a higher probability of being down if we break, retest, and reject whatever this level is right here that I have. If not, if it retests and rejects, we're gonna find out shortly. Still inside green, right? Remember, we gotta break green before anything. The put scenario is build in green, break a blue. By the way, today's a really good day to paper trade. Look at this environment. You see the environment we're in. You see this environment, very volatile. Perfect day to paper trade. But I'm going to be here charting for a little bit. So I'm just going to be quiet. I'm not feeling well. On the break of this teal, you got major resistance at 85.55, so be careful with that. Look, we had a good day yesterday. There's no reason to risk all of our winnings from yesterday. We had a very good day yesterday. So if you're here to get the experience, that's perfect. But I recommend paper trading today. There's nothing wrong with paper trading. You're not going to miss anything. We're going to do it again on Monday anyway. And Monday it's going to be a lot easier. I'm just going to step to the side and be quiet, but I'm still here. This green's been holding up pretty well so far, so let's see how they react to green. Got about a minute and a half on this candle. This quarter we should be using the 5-minute chart, okay? The 1-minute chart is for everybody else. Use the 5-minute chart. Look, we got the same thing happening here. Same thing right here. Same thing right here. Got a brand new candle right here. Brand new 5-minute candle. Look to be holding firm between this green and this teal. It's slightly different on our 5-minute chart. And remember, all this needs to happen. See how it's dancing right on top of our shoulder right here? Let me zoom in just a bit. See how it's dancing right on the shoulder? All this needs to happen. Something like this. Okay? Alright, let's see what we got. Got about 2 minutes on the candle. So we need it to retest and reject, so we don't, just to make sure that this doesn't wick at our 50-50 to grab liquidity and shoot up. We want to make sure it's not grabbing liquidity from the shoulder and then shooting up. So allow all of this to happen. That's why I always tell you guys, sometimes, you know, if it goes and it shoots down, let's say if you're looking for puts and it shoots down, we may not get all 100% of the move, but we'll get something. But as long as we allow what needs to happen, that's our best bet. If it shoots without us, we got to be okay with that. My bad. But I want to protect your money. I want to protect your account. There's ways to go about it. And, you know, one single candle, there's a criteria. There's a criteria for each play. So, and we have to, as I'm telling you, use the 5-minute chart. It's going to be difficult off the 1-minute chart. Look at the 1-minute chart. Who can trade off of this? This is hard. 5-minute chart, a little bit easier. So just let whatever needs to happen, happen. And if not, then guess what? You didn't get caught in the chop. All right, look, protect your trade, okay? Protect your trade in the break of this teal. Protect your trade in the break of this green, okay? Now, I hope everyone sees now why it's important to use the 5-minute chart. Why it's important that everything that I'm telling you needs to happen. This was perfect, right? This was absolutely perfect. So now just don't overstay your welcome. Take your money. It's going to be hard to make money today. Take your money. From 84, this is our 30 cent, this is our win, right? I told you, risk to reward from here to here. It's a lot better from down here than it was up here. Right, this one, you gotta be really quick with it. Down here, you got a little bit more space. So if you measure your risk to reward, this is what I mean by risk to reward, right? If you're right here, then you're hoping for this. From 84.91 to 85.52. But if we get down here, watch. Look what our 50-50 is. Look where our 50-50 is. So whenever you see a 50-50, you know to prepare for one or the other. We were prepared, right? Because we knew that number one, it's going to be the break of this green, or you could have done the break of the teal right here for the 50-50. Number two, we knew that the price had to do, I'll just do this one over. We knew the price had to do this for puts. We knew that had to happen. We knew that had to happen. See it? See it right here? It just had to. So at the 50-50, I marked it out way ahead of time. I told you exactly where it was going to be. I told you what the entry was going to be for calls. I told you what the entry was going to be for calls. I told you what it was going to be for puts, what needed to happen for puts. That's why I read off the time. Hey, look, this candle, look where it's closing. So if you saw it go all the way down here and immediately, so look, Glory, watch, look, remember I was telling you about the candles, what you can kind of tell, or they should be telling us something. Look at this candle, right? Remember, it was down here, full body down here. And at the last second, maybe the last 24 seconds, they pushed it all the way back up. This shows you that the candle opened, it opened right here at like 84.48. It got pushed all the way back down, and at the last couple seconds got pushed all the way back up. So this tells you that there's pressure pushing it back up. Another reason why we need to use our 5-minute chart, because the 1-minute chart is going to give us a whole bunch of false signals. This is why it's important to use the 5-minute chart. If you're in the Discord, it's a must. And then it's a key level, right? Can't ask for anything more than that. If it goes past that, great. I'm gonna put a win on this one. This one was kind of easy. I'm gonna get up, walk around for a bit. I need to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade, okay? Wait, before I go, for the people who are new, or even if you're not new, did everything I say just make sense? Was there anything unclear before it happened? If I was unclear about something, or if you're like confused on what the entry or setups were, you need to tell me if I'm unclear. Hold me accountable. Because this stuff is not that difficult. Either it's gonna happen, either whatever's I'm drawing is gonna happen, or it's not. And we got a good win right here. As long as you don't overstay your welcome, you know when to take profit, you'll be fine. So if I need to be more clear, if I need to be more specific, I don't know if I could be, but I will try. You have to at least tell me. All right, cool. And hopefully you see the value in using the 5-minute chart. It's simply, you have to use the 5-minute chart. It's gonna cut out a lot of noise. Look how clean the 5-minute chart is, right? It's gonna allow you to hold longer. It's gonna allow you to not jump in on one, let's say on one candle or even 2 candles is going to stop you from, look at the money. Look at the money. We have to use the 5-minute chart. If you're on YouTube or TikTok, it's going to be difficult. The value is the charts that I provide. It's not the live stream. Because look, I can easily just do this, and then what? And then what do you got? It doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to make money, if you're trying to make this a thing for yourself, it can't be. I mean, I know people do it all the time, and they always send me thanks and, hey, thanks for this, and you made me this much money. I get it, but you want consistency. You don't want, randomly, hey, sporadically. You want something you can rely on, some consistency. All right, look, we're getting a second bite at the apple, so tighten up your stops, okay? We need consistency here, and there's not going to be any consistency on a live stream where I can easily just, move the screen off. This is absolute perfection here. This is absolute perfection, right off. I mean, I can't do any better. I don't know if anyone could, but here we go, level by level, right? So adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying you follow your exit strategy. Whatever it is, if you want to take profit on key level, if you want to wait for the legs to close, whatever it is. But here's the thing, we don't have to worry about our entry. We don't have to worry, even on this one, you didn't have to worry about your entry. Plenty of time to make this money, plenty of time. Plenty of time to at least set, I literally said, protect your trade. But we don't have to worry about our entry. Our entries are fine. The only issue is, are you getting stopped out on the retracement? Are you letting the candles turn around and slap you in the face? Which we knew that was going to be a thing today. We knew it was going to be volatile today. Now in like 30, 40, or 15, 20 minutes, that's when the annoying grind is going to start. So this is the morning session. We did what we could. I think we did pretty good. But it was rough. It was rough and it was ugly, but we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen here because we had this right here. It was the same thing as over here, right? Same exact thing, no difference. We called this out very, very early. Here, look at this drawing. This drawing's been here for I don't know how long. Look at this one right here. Here, I'll give a little bit of spunk. Here we go. Bang. Bang. So, I'm pretty sure this happened as I said it. I think it happened literally as I said it. That you have to allow this to happen. It needs to come back and retest. Otherwise, we have to worry about a liquidity grab from the shoulder. I was just telling you, look, it's rejecting on the shoulder right here. It's rejecting right here on this shoulder. So we need to watch out for the liquidity grab. This is why I put the 50-50 here. This candle was an indication. The break of the green was our entry, or you could have done the break of the teal as your entry. So if you're new, I think everyone in here is pretty much new. Everybody, even if you've been here for a couple months, because it's going to take time to understand that concept and to be comfortable with that concept, because it's not going to look identical every time. So it's important that we take days like today as the lesson learned. Now you know, you can always have that information. It's never going to change. It's always going to be like that. So as long as you can remember that and just have a little bit of faith in me when I'm drawing this stuff, that I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's going to go without us. It's going to shoot off in whatever direction. All that means is that's not our setup. That's all that means. That's not our setup. I already know what our setups need to look like. I already know where they're going to be at. I already know. So we just have to wait for those setups to happen. if you're going off of vibes, if you're hoping and praying because we had a bad jobs report and I'm looking for puts no matter what, this is not how it works. I'm not saying it's not going to be a down day. I'm not saying that at all, because the truth is, I don't know. I don't think anyone does. How many times are we going to be faked out by the market? Do you see why I don't? This is exactly why this morning I said, hey, we had a big move. We had a big move this morning. This needs to settle out. It wouldn't be weird for the price to end exactly where we opened today. That would not be weird. See what I'm saying? Rewind the tape. I said that. It's perfectly normal because look at this big movement here. And we're also fighting NVIDIA earnings. So there's things that are working against that are making us stay within a range. Because normally, let me not say normally, but with that type of jobs report, or no, PPI, the inflation report, that was a bad report. That was a bad report. We shouldn't be, it shouldn't be an up day, right? But they know what you're thinking. They already know what you're thinking. So we have to be one step ahead. We have to be one step ahead. Look at this perfection. Look at the perfection on the, look. Hold on. Get out of here. Look, this is a freehand drawing. Look where the price, I can't do much better. I can't do any better than this. It had to be the call entry on the break of the teal because the put was down here. So there was really, it had to be the break of teal because the put was here. So if the price was, let's say, around here, look, the price is around here. We're not even interested in puts until this happens, right? So we shouldn't have even had puts on our mind. I even have it highlighted. Puts shouldn't have even been on our mind. So that's not a thing. And then the only entry we had was the break of, what is this, teal? Or, the break of the green on our 5 minute. And then look at the absolute perfection on this. Look, my drawing, freehand drawing, look where it ended. Look where the wick is. You're not going to get much better than this, folks. It doesn't exist, not on the internet. This is all done live and in real time. It's all done live. Don't overstay your welcome. You'll be fine. How much is this? 84.46 to 86.04. This is good money. This is excellent money. Or as we say in the Discord, Munyon. This is excellent Munyon. All right, let me clean this up a little bit. I'm actually, oh no, hold on. Yeah, we gotta let this play out because we're in blue, right? We're in blue until we're not. Here, let me clean this up, watch. You know what? I'm gonna leave it for right now. I'm going to, I'm gonna circulate some blood. Look, if it wants to head down, we already know the path. We already know the path if it wants to head down. This is still the 50-50 right here. So yeah, everything's still the same. Nothing's different. It's all the same. It's all the same. Let whatever needs to happen happen. Okay, this is still 50-50 right here. I need to get up and circulate blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. still on my break, but look, we're still in blue until we're not, okay? We have a criteria. It must do something like this, okay? It simply has to. If not, then there's no... The put scenario, I already have it on the screen, so that's the put scenario. Has to be. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Damn, 4 bypasses. Holy jeez. Thank you so much. 4 bypasses. Okay. Well, that's encouraging. Yeah, I had 2 heart attacks by the time I was 42. Alright, look, you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. We need to stop having a bias. Let the charts tell us. If we know we're in blue, just traveling in blue, this is what it is. This is what it is, okay? Here, let me clean this up a little bit. This has to be the path down. It has to be like this. If it's not like that, then there's no setup for puts. But look, hold on. I think I want to look at this. This market is a whole bunch of fake outs. It's just a whole bunch of fake outs. We're in previous day range. This is a rough lick box right here. Look, now we're in previous day range here. Oh, I already have it marked out on here. My bad. I already have it marked right here. My bad. Don't get old. See how bad it is when you get old? Okay, so this makes sense, right? If it wants to head down, it has to be, all this still makes sense. This all still makes sense. It has to be like this for any puts. It has to be. But look, you see the volatility? You see how it's hard to make a buck? I mean, right here would have been easy. The 5-minute chart is definitely what we need to be looking at. Let me see, it's 84.17. So it's a little bit off. So the 5-minute chart has a flexion here, around here. And the 1 minute has it around here. If you're looking for puts, it has to do this. There's no other option. If you're not willing to wait however long it takes, then you're not interested in puts. That's the answer. Unless you can deal with this type of volatility. I'm only saying that because it's our highest probability. Not that it's for sure, it's our highest probability. We don't have the data on our side trying to call the top. We just don't. I'm gonna mark out high a day really quick. Here's high a day. It's highlighted. We're in blue until we're not. We're in this blue until we're not. And that's simply just the answer. Remember I told you, at a certain point, it's gonna be an annoying grind. It's gonna be an annoying grind. So if we go sideways from here, or annoying grind in any direction, I wouldn't be surprised. Today's Friday. Today is Friday, and you guys know how I feel about Fridays. I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be quiet. Give me 1 sec. Look at this price action. Look at this price action. Look, we're still inside blue until we're not. This 5-minute blue, this is the thing, okay? This has to be the thing. Here's high a day at what is this, 8606. So we might see a little bit of weakness coming in. We might see a little bit of weakness coming in. So let's see if we start seeing something like this, and we start seeing lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. Let's see if this happens, okay? And then we're gonna look for this. I mean, whatever's on here, it's still a thing. It's still a thing. So now you know what to look out for. And it's not gonna be pretty. You see how it's not pretty. You see how it's very difficult. I'm telling you, today's a perfect day to paper trade. Eventually you guys need to start listening to me. Eventually you need to start listening to me to protect your account. Because if you think this is easy to trade in this, it ain't. If you didn't take your money from here to here, good luck. Or at least wait for the second bite at the apple. But look at the drawdown. Look at this drawdown you would have had to deal with to get that second bite at the apple, hoping that it stayed within the blue. Hoping that it stayed within the blue. So we pretty much have, watch, another micro lick box right here. So at this point, you want to see minimum. You want to see a break, a retest, and a reject of 8606. For any, if you're looking for call entries, otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be the annoying grind. Remember, at some point, you guys are going to have to listen to me. What I'm saying. We don't need to trade every single day. We don't need to trade. The best thing we can do is gain the knowledge, gain the information. So when we are ready to pull the trigger, we know exactly what to do. We know when to take profit. We know not to get greedy and expect the price to just to keep going in a direction for no reason. So look, there might be weakness coming in here. There may be some weakness coming in into this blue. So if that's true, hold on, let me clear it real quick. What I do? Okay, that's fine. It's gonna be the same drawing, but I'm gonna make it a little more clear. So if the weakness does come in, we're not gonna know from here. It still has to be here. It still has to be here. We have to worry about this, which would make this 50-50. Something like that. So if we break the blue, then we need to worry about 84.20. If we get underneath 84.20 like this, then we'll look for our put entries, okay? But until then, we're still in the uptrend. You can't fight this trend. Don't try to call the top. It doesn't make sense trying to call the top. Bias has no business here. If we all had a bias on a down day just because we had a bad economic report, I hope now you realize why this is why I always have more excuse me, because I don't have a bias anymore. For the most part I don't, but because I know it's advantageous to not have a bias, this is why I always have the paths in each direction, the possibilities in each direction. Because if I only gave you one direction based on bias, everybody would be messed up right now. Everybody would be messed up. So do not have a bias. Let whatever needs to happen happen. We're still in the blue. We're still in blue. So there's nothing to do unless you know something I don't. There's nothing to do inside here. If you're not already in a call and you're waiting for your puts, you know where the put scenario is. We have to drop all this way. That's just what it is. Until then, we're in blue. And it's going to be an ugly grind. You see the ugly grind I'm talking about? I've been saying this all day. I've been saying it all day. One day you're going to have to listen to me. I'm just gonna clean up. I'll leave that right there. I'll leave that. So this, I don't even know why I have this here, but it's here for some reason. So this must be previous day, I'm assuming, previous day liquidity or previous day range. So now we're back inside of previous day range. They broke, they retested. It looks like they're rejecting. Here goes a break, retest, reject of this lick box here. For any more, if you're looking for a call entry, it has to do something like this. It simply must. And then you got to hold on for the ride. Look at this. Look at this. Then you got to hold on for the ride. Rejection at high a day, 8606. This is why I highlighted it, to show you, you got to wait for these things. It's not just because. If it shoots up from here, cool, my bad. I'm trying to show you the best probability of success. That's what I'm trying to show you. You know, to me, I see weakness coming in on this blue, in my opinion. But weakness could be, we just need to retrace to grab more liquidity from what, 84.20, or weakness could be, okay, all the puts that are all the puts on 8606. Now they get a chance to fill their orders and see what's gonna happen in their lick box. See this lick box here? Now the puts they're gonna try to, or the bears, let's call them the bears. They're gonna try to fight now. We're gonna see who wins this fight. If they're still in this lick box, there's nothing really to do. There's absolutely nothing to do inside this lick box here. And again, look how many times did they fool over here? How many times did they fool over here? Now I know I'm saying there's weakness coming in on the blue. Don't let my bias deter you from what the charts are telling you, right? If the charts are saying, oh yeah, we're still comfortably in blue, then my bias doesn't matter either, right? All right, just let this play out. I'm gonna be sitting here off to the side. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Oh, hell yeah. Up for the day? There you go. There you go. Up for the day? Call it a day. Smartest thing anyone could have said. That is the smart thing. Because it's going to be rough. Like, who can deal with this? We've been through days like this. And then we always come out, oh, I'm upset. When we already know what's going to happen. But the thing is, the bad jobs report, or whatever the report was, it gave us a bias for some reason. And even though, you know, I'm saying the break a teal, some of you were still like, no, but I think it's going to go down. And you hesitated. And you missed out on the munion. Right? I'm positive that, I'm positive that happened to somebody. Somebody was like, no, I still think it's going to go down because of that jobs report. If this is you, you don't have to say it out loud. You don't have to type it. But if this is you, it's an easy fix, right? Now we know the problem. Now we know. Stop having a bias. The market knows exactly what you're thinking. And if they do go down, maybe, but we'll wait for that to happen. We'll let the charts tell us when that's going to happen. Why don't we just do that? Your bias, cool. Maybe it's right. Why don't we let the charts tell us? Until then, if I'm telling you, break a teal for calls, break a teal for calls, you're here for a reason, right? Either you're here listening and wasting time because you're not going to listen to what I'm saying anyway, or you're here to make money. If you're here to make money, then we have to follow what the strategy is. We have to identify the risk. If I'm telling you since early this morning, today's a good day to paper trade because it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Like, at some point, you're going to have to listen to me. At some point. You don't have to. It'd probably be in your best interest. Financially, it'd probably be in your best interest. You know, I'm not saying we get it right every time. We've just been lucky. We've just been lucky for a little over a year now. But eventually, you know, there's gonna come a time where I get it wrong, and I'm gonna have to live with that. It just hasn't happened yet. Just hasn't happened yet. Since I've been live streaming, let me make that clear. Since I've been live streaming, now definitely before, I've taken a lot of loss before, a lot of loss before, right? I had to get a certain amount of confidence before I started doing the live stream, and that took some time. So I took a lot of losses before, but taking the loss is what taught me the lesson. So, you know, it really doesn't affect me like that anymore. Before, I used to be destroyed and defeated, like, oh, all the hopes and dreams, I want to have margaritas, or no, I want to have pina coladas on the beach and go to a tiki bar and order was it maybe some fried fish and chips. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Fried fish and chips with a pina colada, like a strong one with that Jamaican overproof rum. Y'all don't know about that? Let me tell you, that Jamaican overproof rum, fish and chips on the beach in the Keys, Florida Keys. That's a good day. So all those hopes and dreams, yeah, I've had those hopes and dreams too. And then you feel like they're gone whenever you have a bad day. But we're identifying the risk on certain days, right? I'm telling you ahead of time what to expect. I'm telling you it's gonna be rough. You're gonna have to really stick to it. They're gonna turn around, smack you in the face. They're gonna slap that stop, and then keep going. We're still inside blue. We're inside blue until we're not. One, two. I'll call this 2. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's say 2. 1, 2. 2 times knocking on 8606. 2 times. So look at, hold on, let me clear. This is what we're seeing, right? 2 times knocking on 8606. So if you don't want to get caught in the stop hunt, and you better be quick on it. You see the environment you're in. You gotta wait for the break and retest, okay? If it breaks and shoots off and it never returns and it goes all the way to the 5, my bad. But I'm telling you what the highest probability of success is, and I'm telling you how to prevent against the stop hunt, because no one wants their stop hunted. So I'm telling you what the keys to success are. If you're not willing to wait for that, if you're too trigger happy, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. So let whatever needs to happen. I'm gonna be off here to the side a little quiet, okay? Just give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, let me shout out to Sebs314, Bacardi 151, okay? If we hold over 86, okay? Bottom wicks provide hope, but hope doesn't pay my bills. I agree 100%. Hope does not pay the bills. The only thing we can hope for is blue. Blue is what's... This blue is everything. Everything is riding on this blue. So until we break blue, there's nothing really there's no put scenario to talk about until blue minimum is broken. Until we get underneath 83.68. This is just what it is. Now I have here this level here 84.14. This is so this is the 5-minute chart flexion. This is the 5-minute chart flexion right here. The put scenarios, they're on the screen. They are on the screen. Otherwise, we're still in blue. Okay? I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, so you see the Bears, every time it gets up here, no thank you, no thank you. And the Bulls are having to buy at higher prices, higher prices, higher prices. Eventually, they're going to get tired of buying at higher prices, or this is just going to break out, right? One of them are going to get exhausted. One of them are going to get exhausted. because the bulls are like, okay, yeah, you want to push it down, we're gonna push it back up. You want to push it down, we're gonna push it back up. Now the bears are saying they're really protecting 8606. You see that? I mean, this is clear, right? I have this little. This is here. This is very clear what's happening right now. Now let's take the time into consideration. It is lunchtime over there, or East Coast. It's lunchtime. All right, so they broke 8606. Let's see if this was the stop hunt, right? Like, oh, okay, let's give them a false sense of hope before we smack their stop. So now we need to figure it out. Now they're gonna tell us. Now they're gonna tell us what's going on. But we're still above the water on the 1 minute. We're above the water on the 5 minute. Below the water on the 30 minute. This is why it's important that we wait for the break and the retest. We had the break, and then we had the retest didn't go so well, right? They're retesting it right now, actually. So allow, what needs to happen, you gotta allow it to happen. And look, if it were to break this and shoot off all the way to the 5, that would have been my bad. My bad, but I'm telling you how to protect against the stop hunt. Even though we saw rejection here, 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections at the same level. One of them's gonna get tired. One of them's gonna be like, you know what? You got it. It has to happen like that. Because we only got 2 options, right? Puts and calls. We only got 2 options. You see the bulls, they're buying higher, they're buying higher, they're buying higher. Eventually they're gonna get tired of having to buy higher. The bears, they're rejecting at the same price, rejecting at the same price, rejecting at the same price. So something significant needs to happen if the bulls really want it, it has to be a significant break of 8606 and then retest it to let everyone know we claimed your territory. You see how we protect against a stop hunt? Also, you never want to buy calls at the top. Sure, there could be a breakout and we miss it. My bad. But we never want to buy calls at the top. That's why I'm saying at least, you know, your call scenario has to be down here. Otherwise, if you're not already in the call and you know, moving your stop accordingly from level to level, then you're fucking up. You're doing it wrong. If you're looking for a call and you're not already in the play, you have to wait for at least some significant drawdown. You have to. This is how the rules work. I'm just gonna clean up this these yellows right here. Yep. Does everyone see what I'm saying? Like it's almost too easy. It has to be whatever I'm saying. Not because I'm saying it, just because I understand how the market works. It just has to be like that. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to be right every time. You know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. We've been lucky. We've been very fortunate. But the analysis has been spot on. And I told you it's going to be ugly. It's going to be an ugly, ugly grind. And nothing's changed. We're still not interested in puts until... I'm not saying it's impossible for this to dump straight down and you're going to be like, well, hey, what the hell? I could have got in way up here and got 100% of the move. I'm telling you right now, we're not going to get 100% of the move. So stop trying to get the best possible entry. I know, because we don't want to see any drawdown. We don't want to see a red candle. I get it. But you have to remember, the red candles, that's a part of the game. They have to, there's going to be candles that, let's say you're in a put scenario, right? And this is a red candle. There's going to be, you know, a green candle that goes back inside of the last candle. And then maybe a little bit, you know, and then it goes down and then it goes down. You have to allow this stuff to happen. You have to allow it to happen. If we have our setup and we have our strategy, just stick to that. Just stick to that. Allow it to get into profit. When you're comfortable with the amount of money, then you take your profit and be okay with that until you get comfortable with holding longer, or you figure out your groove. Your groove could be, look, I took this teal, I'm gonna wait till key level, and you take profit on key level. Or it could be, I'm gonna wait for second bite at the apple. But this was difficult. This is very difficult in here. You had, you know, I always like key level. I'm not a big fan of holding through a lot of drawdown. Sometimes I can do it, but not often. Not often. And everyone's gonna have their own trading style. It doesn't mean one's better than the other, because green is green, in my opinion. I told y'all we had some weakness coming in this blue. We had a weakness coming in this blue. It is what it is. You have to understand, like, the bulls are not going to keep buying higher and keep getting smacked down. They're going to need to get a break. This is how we protect against a stop hunt, right? Very simple. Now we have what? 1 minute and 40 on this candle. So if you took this blue here at 85.41, the next level would have been this blue here, 84.96. Right, level by level. Now we're gonna see if it's gonna test this what is this? 84.20-ish, or you know, at least 84.45. Where's that at? That's about right here. Okay, so maybe the bottom of the lick box here. Let's see if it goes to the bottom of the lick box. All right, look, what's the lesson we learned? The lesson is whenever we see something like this, when it's going straight across, or, you know, let's say it's the opposite. In this scenario, the bulls had to keep buying higher. They had to keep buying higher. But the bears, they didn't budge. Every single time got smacked down, smacked down, smacked down, smacked down. They're not going to keep buying at a higher price. They're not going to keep doing that, right? You understand the logic behind it? Because they're just buying at higher prices. They keep buying at higher prices. Does that make sense, everybody? Or anybody? Okay. All right, our next level is going to be, you know, somewhere maybe around this 50-50. We're kind of the bottom of this candle tested the 50-50 right here. Let me zoom in a bit. So the bottom of this candle tested the 50-50. So now we need to see what they want to do here. But nothing's changed as far as the put scenario. Nothing's changed. Same thing. Nothing has changed. And remember, from this morning, we had in pre-market, we had a big significant drawdown. So if they're just settling out in this range here, that wouldn't be unreasonable. If they just go sideways for the rest of the day, that would not be unreasonable, because we already had the move. What? We already had the move. It happened in pre-market. We got 2 minutes on this candle. If you took this blue, you got to protect this trade now, okay? You got to protect this trade. looking for puts, wait for whatever needs to happen to happen. There's nothing more I can say about it. We're still inside this lick box right here. Still inside this one right here. All right, look, I told everybody in the world, if you're looking for a call entry, it has to be somewhere down here, right? Somewhere down here on this 50-50. If you didn't take money by now, there's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do for you. If you didn't take the call entry, and if you're not collecting money as of now, I don't know what else you want from me. I only pinpointed it. I only pinpointed it from... This is over 1 point. How much is it? 84.62 to 85. Okay, this is almost 1 full point. If you didn't take the money by now, there's nothing I can do. And if you're firm on trying to buy puts, it has to be here. It simply must. I already have it marked out in red and everything. Otherwise, you're just stuck in this chop, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for the market to stay within this chop because we had a large push down. This is a big move already. So they have to absorb this. The market needs a chance to absorb this big push. Also, it's Friday. It's Friday. The contracts are expiring today. They want them to expire worthless. People at least want to collect that premium. You got to measure risk to reward from wherever this is, 85.55 to 86.06. You got to measure your risk to reward on this. Okay, did I not tell everyone, if you're looking for a call entry, it has to be down here? I'm pretty sure I said it out loud, right? Pretty sure I said it out loud. So if you didn't already take this flexion right here, if you didn't take this one, we're at key level now, right? So now you need to figure out your life. Either you're gonna take profit or you're gonna hold for. If you're gonna hold, look at this. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. There's gonna be a lot of significant drawdown you're probably not gonna be comfortable with. If you're looking for entries, it has to be like this, okay? For calls. If you didn't already get in here when I specified with the bullseye, if you didn't get in here, then it's too late to try to do it now. You understand? It has to be this from here, because you have to measure your risk to reward from teal to 8606. What is this? From 85. So yeah, the 50 cent. You got to measure this risk to reward. We know we see weakness in the blue. We know we see weakness in the blue already, right? So if you didn't take this one, this is your best bet for a call. Exactly what I said. If you didn't take it, then there's nothing I can do. And then also protecting your trade when it's time to protect your trade. Don't think that the stock market's going to move 2, 3, 4, 5 points every single leg. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Take your money and be happy with it. But look, we're still in this lick box right here. Here, I'm gonna move this one out of the way. I'll just move this one out of the way. Nothing changed. All the setups are still the same. Nothing has changed. Because look, either here or here. And if not, then guess what? Thank me later, because that means you're caught in chop. So one of these things has to happen. Just like I said before, and it happened, we're in that same scenario. One of these things must happen. Simply must. And if it doesn't, that means you're inside of chop and there's no trade in here. Easy day. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be quiet, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm still here. I'm just being quiet. Okay, I'm back. See what we got. Still in the shop. Okay. I'm going to hang out for another 25 minutes, and then I'm going to call it. I'm going to hang out for another 25 minutes. I'm going to call it. We already knew, right? It's lunchtime over the East Coast. It's lunchtime. They're doing the lunchtime thing. We had our morning volatility, and then the compression. So unless you're okay with if you're buying in here, you're okay with the price. You're okay with the price if you're buying in here. If you want to look for calls, it has to be a significant push up, a retest and a reject of this level. For puts, you already see what it is. If you're in here, you're okay with the price. I'm going to do some, I'll wait for the admin. I'll give it a second. If you took this 50-50 flexion, you got to protect this trade, okay? We're coming up to the high of day. Okay, look, high of day right here. They're testing it. Let's see what they do. Okay, Raul, I just saw your question. Is the call option once we see green? Let me look back. No. This right? Are you asking about this right here? This is me just saying that if you were to buy the call on the break of the teal and you put your stop below the last low, then this one would have been a winner. You would have to survive some drawdown, but it wouldn't have taken out your stop and it would have been a winner. That's all this means. Same thing here, right? On the break of blue was our entry for puts. So if you get on the break of blue and then you let it run, this is a winner as well. If that's what you're talking about. No, it was about the 50. Oh, okay. Let me go back and look. So you could have, okay, so yeah, that's a good question. If you're taking the flexion is literally at the level. If you wanted for some to follow the strategy, then yeah, it would have been on green, correct. Correct. And then this would have been the winner, correct. And then you would have to measure your risk to reward on from green to the high of day. Which, let's see, that would have been 85.58. Okay, yeah. So right here, 85.58. That would have been right here on the break of this. So yeah, that lined up perfect. That was actually a good call. Good observation. This lined up perfect right here where this green is the break of this green right here, and this is the winner. So good job. Yep. You see how it always lines up? That we need to use the 5-minute chart. The 1-minute chart is gonna mess us up. And we also have to be realistic, right? Level by level. If we break this, you put your stop below the last low, you let the winner win. Now this is uncomfortable drawdown for me. This is uncomfortable drawdown, but it is what it is, right? And then you go to key level. I'm not saying you have to go to key level. This is just something I'm comfortable with. I like taking money where I know where I expect it to be, and then anywhere past that is that's a blessing. But you'll see in time when you start to level your contracts, even these 1-point moves is going to be a lot of money. It's going to be a lot of money. Also, we shouldn't be taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We shouldn't be taking 5 trades in a day. That shouldn't be a thing. Maybe we had one here. This was a solid one. I like this one. And then this one right here. So really 1, 2. I think only 2 trades really for the day, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, these are the only 2. This one here. Let me show you. This one right here. This was a nice, easy trade. You do have to chase it though, right? But this is how much? 83. This is almost 2 points. So this is a good move right here. That's a very good move, right? That's a very good move right there. And I think this one over here, these are really the only ones that I see that are viable. This one and this one. This one because we have hindsight, but I think in the moment, this one was probably a little more clear. This one was a little more clear to me in the moment. Because we identified this thing right here. Yeah, we did it over here too, but it just wasn't as clean as this one. So I'm just being honest. Even though it would work out in my favor to say, but look how many we had. If I'm being honest with myself and everybody here, including God, I think this one was the one that I felt the best with. This put and this call, that should have been it as of now. Otherwise, we're in this lick box, and what are you going to do in here, right? There's nothing really to do. If you're inside the lick box, you're okay with the price. We're scalping, right? We need a break, a retest, and a reject of the lick box. All right, now it's interesting because we're coming up to. I've been talking all this time. I didn't even see all this, but now we're coming up to this blue. Let's see what the 5-minute. Okay, so we're breaking this. What is this? This magenta here. So same rules still apply here. Same rules still apply. All right, if you took this blue, you better protect this trade. Don't overstay your welcome, because you see where the end of the lick box is. It's right here at 84.35. So we're back to the 50-50. Protect this trade, okay? Protect this trade. Don't let this go against you if you took the break of this blue. We're right up on the 50-50 right now. This candle has 1:48 on it. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I'm going to step away for a second. Okay, protect this trade, right? Everyone cool? Let's see what they do here. Worth the wait. There it is. There it is. Bang. We have our blue highlighted with a 2. This is the highest, well, not the highest, but this is a elevated confidence level on this. This has been here for a very long time. We also had our shoulder right here. Go ahead and protect this trade as well. If you waited for the shoulder, go ahead and protect it. If you're waiting for the break and retest, wait for the break and retest, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything. If you're waiting for this down here, wait for this down here. You didn't miss anything. Now look, on the break of this blue, we didn't get 100% of the move, right? But we got something out of it. That's what I'm saying. As long as we're not greedy and we don't overextend ourselves, look at this money. Look at the money. There we go. There we go. Look at the money. Right? Easy. I'm telling you, if you just allow the thing that needs to happen, look at this money. Okay, we needed this. There it is. Right back to market open. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Even this red line, if you didn't take money by now, nothing I can do for you. Wait for the break and retest if you're waiting for it. Look at this money. Munyon. All right, if you took the blue, start adjusting your stop now, right? We're back to this key level. If you're tired of me constantly faking the screen, you gotta join the Discord. I have to do this. I have to shake the screen. All right, Discord, look. If you took the shoulder right here, key level right here, right? 8430. This is where you need to start thinking about your life. Here's the break. Let's see the retest, and let's see if it rejects now. So if you didn't already collect, then you're waiting for the entry, okay? Nothing wrong with that. You're waiting for the entry. Nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, if you're already in, you know, protect the trade. Take money if I'm always about taking the money, me personally. But this was easy, right? This has been here since this morning. Since early this morning, this blue line, this blue thick has been here. This is easy money. And we knew it was a break of blue, right? Break of blue for the put. Break of blue for the put. We knew we had resistance right here. We knew for calls, it had to do this, retest, and reject. We knew for puts, it needs to break this blue. We knew for puts, it needed to at least go underneath our 50-50 and form a shoulder right here, right? Maybe a break, a retest, and let's see if it rejects now. Let's see if it rejects. That's what we need to see. We got 4 minutes on the candle, so this has got some time on here. It doesn't need to be this candle here. It could sidestep here. It could be the next candle, or we could form secondary liquidity on green. So we'll see. The market's going to tell us. We don't even have to guess. We don't even need to guess. The market's going to tell us exactly what we need to know. So just be patient, okay? I'm going to be quiet. I'm just focusing. Give me a second. Still got about 3 minutes on this candle. All right, so they broke this liquidity box here. They're retesting this liquidity box here. Now we need to see if they're going to reject it. That's what we're waiting for. We got 2.5 minutes on this candle, just about. About 30 or 40 seconds on the candle. 3 minutes on the candle. Two minutes. See what they got. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. All right, let's see if they do a little dance down here. Okay. I did the same thing as I did yesterday. Or was it yesterday or the day before? Anyways, who's still here? Let me see. Alright, watch. I'm gonna post something. Well, yeah, I don't trade Fridays, but look, I'm gonna post something and watch. Let me show you. Trying to get it so okay, got it. I need to put the time so you guys can see the time. All right, look, I'm gonna post. I just did one contract, so this is just one contract. I just wanted to show you guys what sticking with the strategy does, okay? And I messed up. I messed up because once it went in, I did the same thing as I did yesterday. I moved the stop too soon, but look, I'm gonna show you something. Watch. I'm gonna snip it. I'm gonna post this. So you're gonna see one that says let me see if I need to put this one. Okay, I could put both of these actually. All right, look, I'm gonna show you something. This is just one contract. And I'm gonna explain what happened. You can see the times for yourself, okay? All right, I'm going into here. I'm gonna upload this real quick. It's gonna say screenshot. Well, let me make sure it doesn't say anything crazy on there. Okay, yeah, it's fine. So I'm gonna upload the screenshot. All right. Now, let's all analyze this together. So we're gonna open this up. Now, the two on the bottom, it says SPY, whatever. Look at the time on the right. You see where it says 12:48, right? 12:48. So let's go to the chart on 12:48. What time was that? So look, at the time, and I already told you I messed up, right? Because I moved the stop too soon. But anyways, because I was trying to get this prepared for you all to show you what we needed to do. Gosh darn it! See, I already knew I messed up. Right? It's okay. I'm not tripping because I did it for that was for science. This is just for education. I just want to show you all everything. Let me make sure everyone's paying attention. Is everyone watching? Can I get something in the chat to let me know everyone's all right, cool, watch. So we're following along with the screenshot, right? So the two bottom ones, it got filled at whatever it was, $1.56, right? And then this is at 12:48. So let's go to the chart. The 12:48 candle was on the break of blue, right? So blue broke. And then 12:48 right here. Same thing happened to me yesterday. Well, I just did this for science. I normally don't trade. But anyways, look, 12:48 right here. Okay. So what I saw was the break of blue, the retest, and the reject, and we went underneath red, right? So I went in on 12:48, probably somewhere close to the top of the candle. So 12:48, I went in immediately. Look what happened. So what did I do? I moved my stop above the last high and I waited. And then I just waited. Okay? And then let's look at it. Okay, do you see the next one that says, so one of them says canceled, right? So this is where I canceled the original stop loss because I know I needed more room. So I canceled that original stop loss, which would have been from $157 to $82, right? You see that? So if I would have lost, it would have been 80, or whatever that is, whatever that loss is, $80 loss for absolutely no reason. So instead of taking the $80 loss, what I did was I just moved the stop, or I actually canceled the entire order so I can readjust everything, because I didn't want to have the ability to keep touching my stop loss. So I canceled the entire order, which is why it says canceled. Okay. So my original stop loss. So I took the trade at 12.48, and it cost me $1.57 to take the trade, right? And then my original stop loss was at $82. So that would have been a loss, right? From 157 to 82. Is everyone following? And that's pretty much at the same time. Give me one. Okay, never mind. So the reason why that happened at the same time, because I knew, look at the very next candle. The very next candle went against me. So what I had to do, I had to, I stopped out. I canceled everything because I knew I'm in danger now. But what I did was I put my stop above the last high, or I knew that's where my stop was going to be. So once that were to happen, and let's see where the last high was going to be. The last high from 12.48 was right here at 85.13. So remember, I got in here. This happened immediately. This happened. I was like, okay, no big deal. I know I need to survive. So all I did was, because it's my best bet. It's my best bet. If I just survive, if I follow the strategy, then I know if it went above this line here, then I just would have turned around and bought calls most likely. I'm not saying 100% for sure, but I'm not telling you to do that. This is something I probably would have done. I would have turned around, doubled up, and bought calls, and it would have been fine. But anyways, all I did was I moved my stop. I didn't have a stop loss because I canceled everything, but I knew once the price got above, what is this, 85.15, then that would have been it. I would have been like, okay, I lost on this one. But instead, what I did was I held from 12.48 all the way to 3.15. All the way to 3.15. So if you see that 182, I could have took profit there, but instead I let it go a little bit. And then I started adjusting to protect the trade. I protected the trade at 162. So from 157 to 162, I waited all that time for $5. Does everyone see that? I waited all that time for $5. But what I didn't want to do was allow the trade to go against me. I wasn't, I knew we had some. Look, it broke blue. It broke the blue. It broke the red. Our best bet is to at least follow the strategy. You see that I did it. Like, I don't like doing that too often, but I want to show you, even in choppy situations, the $5. Now, this is only one contract because I just wanted to, I normally don't trade on Fridays, but the $5, imagine, 10 contracts. Then you're talking about decent little trade. Imagine 20 contracts. Imagine 30 contracts. Even a little bit of that movement, even that little movement, you just have to, it takes time. It takes time. But I'm going to go back into the Discord. Does everyone see it? It took me and all that time for $5 damn. Right? But the only way I was able to make it out alive, look at the day. Look at the only way I was able to make it out alive was following the strategy and showing you that I'm taking the same trades you are. I'm doing the same thing you are. We're not doing anything different. Now, Fridays, I don't trade Fridays, and you see why. I just don't like trading Fridays. But I'm doing the same thing you are. We're not doing anything different. Look how horrible of a fill at 12.48. Literally the worst, the actual worst. But, originally I wanted to get in on, hold on, let me show you. originally I wanted to get in on like 1238 or 1237, somewhere. I think 1237. Yeah. 1237. I wanted to get in, but I was like, especially on the break of this magenta right here, especially on the break of magenta. But I was like, you know what? This is not what I teach. I always teach the blue. So I was like, okay, I'm doing this for science. I need to show you all that we just have to follow the strategy. It's our best bet. Even if we get the worst fill possible, which I did, but I wasn't worried. I mean, it was $80. It was $80. $80. I was willing to donate to science. It is what it is. We had a great week. Anyways, let me finish what I'm saying. My point is 1248, worst possible entry. However, I had at least some type of confirmation that we can make something with it. We can do something with it. Now, unfortunately, I didn't take all of it, right? I didn't take all of it. I just didn't. I could have done a lot better, but I didn't. It could have been $20 instead of, or excuse me, it could have been $30 instead of $5, but whatever. But the point is that all I did was I knew where my stop had to be. Had to be at 85.13. Once I saw this wick right here, I'm good. Unfortunately, this green did more work than I thought it was gonna do, and I could have played it better. Instead of the 5, I could have got the 30 out of it, but whatever. I took the 5 because I at least wanted to protect the trade. And then, normally I probably would have, I don't know what I would have done normally because it's Friday. It's hard to say. But my point is that I'm doing the same trades you are. Okay? I'm taking the same trades. We're not doing anything different. I don't like to take a lot of risks, so I like really good setups. I did this just to show you that just because I have that blue here or that blue line, the blue line broke and it was a winner. It's still, it wasn't the 30. Oh yeah, if I'd have done it properly and taken profit where I should have. But here's the thing. Let me show you this red candle right here. I'm human being. This red candle made me think we got some more. So I gave it, I just barely broke even. I just wanted to cover my fees and I wanted to cover I protected the trade. That's all I did. Excuse me. I adjusted my stop. Protecting the trade was when I saw this, and then I started moving my stop from up here to here. Now I'm mitigating my risk. I'm protecting it. Okay. I adjusted my stop once I got into profit and I was comfortable with whatever it was. Like, at least I didn't have to survive any more of this. If it went in my favor, great. Awesome. If it kept going, perfect. I was prepared for it. I could have took 30, but I didn't. Instead, I stopped out at 5. That was the risk I was willing to take. So I'm just highlighting this moment to show you that I'm doing the same thing you are. But instead of constantly moving my stop, especially here, I'm sure a lot of us wanted to move the stop here. If you took the break of the blue, I know you wanted to move the stop here. I know you're like, oh, you know what? Let me just stop out now. Let me take the $5 loss instead of the $80 loss. Me, I was willing to take the $82 loss because I knew we broke the blue. I know we broke we broke the magenta and we broke the blue. So now I just need to stick to the strategy. I could have got the 30. I didn't. I got a little bit greedy. I played a little bit too conservative, rather. A little too conservative. But on the break of blue, even right now, even if you would have stayed, you would have to get in perfectly on the break of blue. I get it. That's impossible. Sometimes it's impossible. But even at the worst possible fill, look, if you just held, look, even at the worst possible fill, look what's happening right now. The worst possible fill. Look how much money. Look at the money that's being printed. So there's no trickery here. It's all based on the market has to do a certain thing. Once magenta builds and it breaks blue, the market has to do it. I mean, it doesn't have to, but it's more often than not. You understand what I'm saying? The probability is much higher in our favor if we just follow the strategy. And it took me, I wasn't even worried. I really wasn't worried. Because and if I would have got stopped out, fine. Oh well. You know, I lived to fight another day. We had a really good day yesterday. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is, if we want to make the 1 hour, the 2 hour money, then we have to let the trade sit there for 1 or 2 hours. If we're already moving our stop within the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is, you know, if you don't have significant profit, or if the price action, you know, we already identified the break of blue, right? The break of blue, you put your stop above the last high. I can only repeat it, but so many times. Now I'm showing you, even though I didn't want to take any trades today because I don't trade Friday because I just don't like Friday trading. I do my work Monday through Thursday. But I did that just to show you that even if you did got a horrible fill, our best bet is to follow the strategy. That's our best freaking bet. I'm telling you, because I've so many times where I've taken the $80 loss for no reason when I know damn well my stop should have been at 82, right? It should have been at 82, but instead I took the $80 loss. I'm like, let me cut it now. I'm going to turn around and buy calls instead. I've done that to myself so many times, and I got tired of it. I got tired of it because it doesn't work. You know what does work? Sticking to whatever the strategy that I put together for us. That's what works. Even if you get a horrible fill, it's our best bet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, there's no more proof I can give you other than showing you that I did it myself with actual real money. Actual real money. You see the result. Immediately, I just took the trade off. That green candle hit, and I was like, okay. There it is, fine. You know, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. Now I got it. Now I think I talked about this yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago. I was like, okay, it didn't do what I needed to do. Now I gotta survive. Now I gotta do what I gotta do to survive. How long does that take? Half an hour? Yeah, half an hour. So I was uncomfortable for 30 minutes, but it was okay. We did fine. Right? I didn't get greedy. I took profit, or I made sure that my trade was protected. That's what I did do. And if it kept on going, oh well, I got something out of it. Because the home runs, they will come. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The home runs are going to come where if you at least you protect your trade, even if it's by the $3 hauler, even if it's a $3 hauler, you'll see that it's just going to cast, the candles are going to stack and stack and stack. And then you can, that's when you can collect money. Wait for the home runs. The home runs are going to come. It's going to happen. I'm positive it just has to happen. But we have to consider certain criteria. For example, it's Friday. Today's Friday. Not only that, the market already had the move in pre-market. Remember, I said this very early this morning. The move has already happened. The move has already happened. We're back at market open, or a little bit above market open. But anyways, I just wanted to share that with you all to show you, because I know I never really do that, but I could have just said, hey, look, stick with the strategy. Look, it works. But I showed you that I used real money, did it myself. And we made $5 out of it, fine. $5 I didn't have for sitting for doing nothing, right? For doing absolutely. Now, normally I would be doing probably like 10 contracts. That's normally where I sit at, is 10 contracts. So that would have been a nice little $50 play. $50, that's cool with me. Now, granted, it's not plumber money. I'm not getting plumber or pool guy money. The pool guys, woo, Man, they're getting all the housewives and the money. Okay, look at that information right there. Should I get out of put? Man, you're asking me a tough question. You're asking me a tough question. I mean, we still got time. So what I see is this. Look, I see. Let me clean up the chart. Let me clean up this chart really quick. This is what I see. I see the high, lower high, lower high, lower high. I think if you're already in it, 85, 55 would have to be your line in the sand, if I'm being honest. If you want to be a little more conservative, probably whatever this is right here, 84, 80, oh, excuse me, 84.67. You know, technically we're still below the water. Technically we're still below the water. So this is a tough call because, again, it's Friday. The move already happened. You know, this is exactly what I said. If it goes sideways from here, I wouldn't be surprised. Look at this move. This is a huge move. The market has to absorb this. And when I'm telling you all, the paper trade on days like today, look how difficult this is. Who can really? This is a tough day. This is a tough day. But the only thing that would have worked today is following through with whatever the shit strategy we got. That's the best thing we could have done. That's the best thing we could have done. So the question you asked, Glory, that's a tough question. I'm telling you what I see. I'm telling you what I see here. If this somehow happens, if this happens, then maybe look the other way. That's the best I can do, man. Cool? Glory, you alright? Why is our strategy S? Nah. Go play with fucking hummingbirds. That's kind of funny. It's Friday. It's Friday. Okay, yeah. It's Friday. And you have to remember, the goal on Friday is to make the contracts expire worthless. So if they cannot move the contracts on Fridays, that is ideal for everybody. That's the most ideal. Well, not for everyone, you know, not for what we're doing, but on Fridays, they want the contracts to expire exactly where it opened up or within a certain range. That's the goal of the market makers on Fridays. If you didn't know, now you know. Now you know. This is why Fridays is not for me to. I've had to learn the lesson the hard way. And look, this candle right here, the only reason I put it just into my a little bit inside of break even was because I saw this candle. I'm like, all right, let me let this candle work. I could have taken more money. I could have taken the full 30. I could have taken that full 30 and been like, all right, I'm done. But I was like, you know what? Look at this candle. Let me let it go. And then this happened. I was like, all right, fine. I just want to prove my point anyway. So I proved the point. Okay, look. All right, Glory. There you go. See? This is what I see. If this happens, then maybe look the other way. But until then, technically, we're still below the water. We might be getting above the water right now, so. But look at this 5-minute wick. Look at this wick on 5 minutes, right? So this might be showing us either a push to the downside, but then look at this candle here. And we're also, I wouldn't say we're oversold, but it's kind of there. I think it's just going to be an ugly grind. That's what I think. I think it's going to be an ugly grind into, it's just going to be an ugly grind. There's nothing to say. The market is almost back at market open. What do we open at? We opened at 83.06. It's 83.95 right now. So all day for flat. And look, here's another thing. We already knew the environment we're in. We already knew the environment we're in. This blue was okay. Look, here's what I see. We had a trade here. We had a trade here. And blue. Other than that, there's no real setup. This was a good one. And this one. Notice I'm skipping this one. I'm skipping this one because even though, sure, you know, it broke the teal, I don't know how to explain it. Yes, it did break the teal on this one. However, I don't know. I just didn't really like this one. This one, fine. I like this one. This one was an easy one. This was an easy call. This one here. Because we actually know, because we had data and I had the 50-50 here. So this made sense. This one made sense, that's why. And it was, look, and all the drawdown. So we had significant drawdown, so we built up the liquidity, and I had just said, let's see if they grab liquidity from whatever this 50-50 is. This one I liked a lot. This one I also liked a lot. This break of blue. This one was a pretty easy one. This one I liked a lot too because we had it highlighted already. We already had this highlighted, so that was an easy trade. And now we see the lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. So I think whatever you said, sticking to your plan, your game plan, Glory, I think that's the best bet. Okay. I don't know where you entered, but you kind of see where your stops need to be, right? You kind of see where your stops need to be. We see this wick right here. So this wick might be telling us something. And you don't need to be a hero today. Today is not the day for that. To hold until Glory. But yeah. Now I know why you got that name. Let me see, hold on. 45. 12. Alright, let me look at the 12. Let me look at the 12 o'clock. Okay, Raul. Let me make sure you're paying attention, Raul. Can you, Roger, okay, Raul, you said, okay, here we go. The 12 o'clock put, right? Here, look, 12 o'clock put. So I'm going to go to 12 o'clock. That's right here. Oh, no, that's, wait, what? Okay, so the entry on puts was on the break of blue. So this is still no man's land right here. The entry for the puts was on break of blue. I think you got a little ahead of it. You am I wrong? But even if you did, right? Oh, hold on, wait. Even if you did take this one for some reason for puts, if you put your stop above the last high, you'd be fine. You'd actually be super winning. Am I wrong? Am I seeing something wrong? Oh, 5 minute. Okay, let's look at the 5 minute. Well, it should be the same thing. 12. Again, it didn't break. It didn't break anything. Am I seeing something wrong? Okay, the 12 o'clock candle. Oh, the blue here. Ducks. Okay. So, okay, I got you. Because it was a blue here. Okay, I got you. I see why. Okay, you know what? From now on, so I try to separate the 1 minute and the 5 minute for Discord, but let me look at it. I mean, even still, I still think. Let's say you did take this one. If you put your stop above the last high, it still is a winner. So blue, okay, look, let's say you took this blue here, and let's say you got the worst possible fill at 12 o'clock. This was the last high up here at around, what is it? 86.36. So this was a winner. Ah, okay, got you. Okay. So, perfect. I'm not saying I'm glad that happened, but this is a good learning opportunity because hopefully now you can see. Now you can see that our best bet is to follow. It had to be. So if you go through the lessons, I have the lessons where it shows you where you need to put your stop. Your stop had to be above the last high. And I think a little bit above, right? So remember, mine should have been $80, but 82 would have been the best bet. A little bit above the last high because you don't want them to turn around and smack you, because they know where your stop is. They know the stops are here. That's why they went exactly to here. You got to go a little bit above, maybe $1 or $2, but this was still a winner. So let me explain, Raul, while you're here. Let me explain this. What we wanted was the build in the blue and then the break of this magenta. Build in blue, break in magenta. That was the setup. But so here it was the build in the green and the break of blue. So I'll keep the colors consistent. That's what I'll do from now on. I will keep them consistent. So if you can see, look, see how this blue is just going in between the blue right here? Now let's look at the magenta. It's just in the magenta right here. So this blue is the magenta. Do you see it? Let me go back to the chat. Yeah, we need to close out or start thinking about contracts, because it's not going to be a lot of movement. They're going to go sideways. But Raul, do you see what I'm saying? So I try to separate it because I don't want people on YouTube and everything to use the same colors we are, because I want the Discord to be separate. I want you guys to be separate from them. So look, this blue, I'm going to go over it one more time, is this magenta. See the blue? See the magenta? So for us in the Discord, it would have been the break of the magenta. And this green is the blue here. So I'll take the heat on that one. I should have I just want to keep it separate so everyone has so the Discord's separate. That's all. I just want to keep it separate so it's not like, I just want you guys to have an advantage. I need you to have an advantage. Okay. Okay, cool, man. Cool. But what I will say is, whenever you see the highlighted one, If you see it highlighted, that means something, right? The highlighted one, that means something. But the lesson here, same thing. I took this one. Immediately, the next candle was green. I was like, son of a gun. Whatever. Now I know what I got to do. I wanted it to be easy, but it wasn't. And matter of fact, I took off the stop completely. I was like, nope. I just took everything off. And once it got up to here, I was going to stop out. I was going to just close the contract. But luckily, this candle came in. I saw where the momentum was heading, and I just held. I held. I knew what had to happen. I knew what had to happen because look at all the liquidity we built up in blue. From here to here, look at all this liquidity we built up. So I knew we were going to get something out of it. I knew I was going to get something. 30 bucks would have been nice, but I'll take the 5. I'll take the 5. I think they're changing the algo now, so. They're switching up blue. I'll change this. Hopefully we've learned like we should be. And when I'm telling y'all, take your wins and move on with your life, now you see why. It doesn't make sense to sit here and do this all day. Look at the environment we're in. This is very tough environment to make any money. Very tough environment. We only had, in my opinion, this one right here. This was perfect. And this one right here. This is my opinion. Otherwise, they're doing exactly what Friday thing, this is Friday. They don't want to move. They want the contracts to expire worthless. That's the goal, to expire 0. As long as you don't over leverage, you're going to be fine. You will be fine. Hell yeah. Good job, Jonesy. Good job. Today was a tough day. I'm not gonna lie. Today was tough. You know what it was? It was a perfect day for paper trading. Perfect day for that. I'm gonna step away for a little bit. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. I want to give a really quick, let me see if people, all right, listen, I want to give a quick lesson. I want to give a really quick lesson, okay? This is going to be the, this is going to be a lesson on the structure. Okay, look. Okay, I'm not paying attention to this. Should I pay attention to this? Hold on. For some reason I had this as the line in the sand here. Let's see what they do. Okay, look, this is gonna happen, whatever. I don't know if anyone's still trading, but I want to give a quick lesson. Here's the lesson. Ready? This is gonna be the thin liquidity versus deep structure. Okay, we always want the deep structure first of all. So it's not gonna always be just because we broke blue. There has to be, okay, look, so we have this red right here, right? So the play was not only the break of blue, but it was blue, the retest, and the reject. This was the actual play, okay? So this to me is thin. This is thin liquidity. What we actually wanted to happen was, watch, this is an ideal setup. Make sure everyone's paying attention right now. Let's say we break this blue, right? We want to form a purple. We want the purple to form. In my opinion, this is thin liquidity, okay? In my opinion, this is thin. It doesn't really do much. What we wanted was the purple to form like this, watch. We wanted the purple to form. We wanted to retest, and then we wanted to reject. So not only did the purple form, but we needed to have a magenta like this. And then we wanted a blue like this. So something like this would have been ideal. So, and here's the reason why it's risky to do this blue. This blue is risky because we're right at key level. So you have to measure your risk to reward. Is everyone paying attention? There you go. Yep. Look for deep structure. So we have to measure our risk to reward. If I'm putting this red line here, that's for a reason. I see something here. I know that there's a lot of liquidity here. So it needs to be, you know, it needs to look something like we need to form a purple. We need to get a selling channel, right? So we need to form a purple underneath this level, retest the level, hopefully in a magenta, and then once we break this blue again, that's how we get some confirmation of our break, retest, and a reject. So this is thin liquidity. What we were banking on was the fact that because we know that there's a lot of liquidity on red, that we had some that was going to give us some motion to the downside. So that, you know, risk to reward, right? We risked it on blue to red. That's all you can ask for on the break of blue. However, I went in underneath red, me thinking that, okay, this is going to be, not only did we break blue, but we also broke red. So now I'm thinking, okay, we should have some motion here. Right? Red was too strong. So what do we have to do? Move the stop above the last high and survive. That's the only thing we could have done. And then because we knew we had thin liquidity, now we got to chase this and hope for the best. That's all we could have done. That's all we could have done but this is what we actually wanted, right? A solid break, a retest and a reject, nice and firm, not this. Not this, you're talking about 12 cents or something like that. This little bit, that's thin. Does that make sense? Yeah, flaccid, yeah. Okay. Jones, what's wrong? Jones, you must have got bad conduct grades in school. You must have got you. Oh, you're from Oklahoma, or you're from wherever you're from. I don't know how you guys did the grading, but in Florida back in the day, it used to be like your academic grade, your effort, and then your conduct grade. I had all like A1D, no, A3D, A2D. The worst. No, the worst conduct. They always talk too much, too talkative. Won't sit down. Keeps talking. Keep bringing toys to school. I used to bring a whole bunch of toys to school. The C3C. Oh man, those dumb Florida boys. That's us. That was me for sure. But look at Friday. This is Friday. This is a typical Friday, by the way. This is it. This is why why I don't trade Fridays. We're seeing it right now. It's very difficult. I mean, it's not always like this. I remember we went through like 3 months where every Friday was like a big win, and I was like, gosh darn it. A couple of them I had to fire out the brokerage because it was just too good. But usually this is why I don't even trade Fridays. This is why right here. We're literally back at market open, right? Almost. We're like cents away from market open. So this is difficult. We didn't really have any continuation. Continuation would have been like this, how I'm drawing it. How I drew in the purple, back in the magenta, break of the blue. This would have been good continuation. But again, it's not going to be, 12 or 15 cents. We want to see some motion. We want to see some real liquidity grabbing. We need to grab that liquidity. That's the important thing. And here, we just made it out by the seat of our pants. Just made it out. Okay, let me see if you guys got any questions for me. I'm probably gonna call it. I'm gonna try to go to the desert, and it's actually hot. It's no more winter desert time. Now it's gonna be hot. But I'm gonna pop some shots off in the desert, so I'm gonna try to hit it to the desert. I'm gonna need a lot of cold beer for that. All right, Discord, I'm gonna call it here. You guys have any questions for me and comments, gripes, comments, concerns? Everyone's quiet. Friday, that's everybody else. Thursday, everyone's happy. Oh man, Thursday, everybody was happy talking. Friday, quiet. Look, whenever it looks like this, quiet, crickets. When it was this, oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, everyone was extremely happy on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday was a good day, and then we get days like this. Yeah, where it doesn't move at all. Okay, anyways, that's been my time. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. And remember that Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involves risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that and understanding that, go to last5trading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. If you're interested in learning how to do this, go to lastfivetrading.com. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Okay? It's going to take you some time, but we're going to get there. So, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. That's been my time. We'll see you Monday. Have a good day.